Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
B-Gas cars. B-Gas, I need you to lanes 2 and 3 for your first round of qualifying. B-Gas. Wayne, you need to report to the concession, please. Wayne, you need to report to the concession stand. Concession stand is open. They need Wayne over there. Appreciate everybody for being out here. We're about to conclude our first round of qualifying in Superstock. This is our last pair. I need B-Gas cars. B-Gas, I need you to the lanes for first round of qualifying. B-Gas. Wayne, they need you to report to the concession stand. Wayne. Jerry Dean goes to the top of the heap. B-Gas cars, I need you to the lanes 2 and 3 for first round of qualifying. B-Gas. While we're waiting on our first pair of C-Gas cars to come, I'll tell you a little bit about our lane sponsors. The Quick Time Performance Lane is sponsored by the right-hand lane. That is Barry Adler. The Quick Time Performance since 2002 has been in the development, engineering, and manufacturing and distribution of exhaust system and components, supplying the automotive the aftermarket. They have a display set up right behind the concession stand over there where the Iron Eagle 63 split window Corvette, which you'll be seeing coming up here very, very soon once we get into A-Gas, they are sponsoring our right-hand lane. Then our left-hand lane is Larice Motorsports Insurance. The Larice family has been in the insurance business since 1939. For much of that time, have been passionate about racing. The Larice Motorsports Insurance has revolutionized the insurance and racing worlds by creating the first insurance policy for racers by racers. So that is our sponsors for the lanes. The Quick Time Performance lane is the right-hand lane. The Larice Motorsports Insurance is the left-hand lane. As we're just minutes away from first round of C-Gas qualifying. My B-Gas cars are coming to the lanes. A-Gas, you're on standby, please. Okay, Jeff Jones in the little Renegade. It's a car that was driven by Ken Rainwater for 2 B-Gas championships. Ken moved into A-Gas. Jeff is running his first round of qualifying out of the Reese Motorsports Insurance Lane. He's going against Alfred Adams in the Damn It Bob Chevy Camaro out of Clover, South Carolina. Alfred, one of our racers, has been with us for years and years. He's running out of that quick time performance lane. And you get your cameras ready for those wheels up starts out of both of these cars, because it's one thing they do, those 9,000 and 10,000 RPM launches. They'll get those wheels up if they get them hooked good. B-Gas cars, you should be in the lanes for your first round of qualifying. B-Gas. Jeff Jones getting there first. A good run for him. Good run for Alfred as well. Next up is going to be Gene Russell in that Junkyard Dyno. Little Ford pick-em-up truck. They was out here making time runs last night. As I talked to him this morning, doing a little tuning on it, see if he improved. Ernie Smith in the Saturday night special. He's in the Reese Motorsports Insurance Lane. He run the quickest time last night in test and tune. Look for him to be close to the top. A big long smoky burnout for that Wings Etc. Priority Heating and Air car out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. Here in the Reese Motorsports Insurance Lane. You backup girls, make sure that you stay hydrated, as well as all your crew members and spectators out there as well. It's getting kind of warm out there. Make sure that you stay hydrated. Thank everyone for being here. We're in first round of C-Gas qualifying of our first of 2 sessions. B-Gas cars, they're in the lanes. The majority of them are. A-Gas, you're on standby. Ernie, a good run right there. Nothing like he run last night, but that should put him in the top 3 or 4 anyway. He's going to be very pleased with it. Coming up next, Mr. Todd Oden, the big Double X Delray out of Birmingham, Alabama. He's in the Reese Motorsports Insurance Lane. He's going against Blacksall, North Carolina's Pucker Time car driven by Ben Helms in that Racing Mason over there in the Quick Time Performance Lane. Made some good runs last night with those wheels up, and I'm sure watch both of these cars. Front wheels will be in the air. That big 58 Delray takes a lot of torque coming out of an engine to make one of these things pick up the front end as this Delray does, but he does it about every pass when he launches hard. So Ben Helms and Todd Oden with their first run of qualifying here this afternoon at Farmington Dragway. B-Gas cars, you should be in the lane. B-Gas, A-Gas, you're on standby. Todd Oden going to be number 2. Good run for Ben Helms. Coming up next, out of Columbia, Ohio, he won our Knoxville race that we ended up running in Rockingham. Tony Tagenhorst in the Wasted Wages car. He's over in the Quick Time Performance lane. It's going to get John Lydick in the high-strung 57 Chevrolet out of Warner Robins, Georgia. He is in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Tony Tagenhorst going to fall in the number 3 spot so far right there with that run. Ernie's still holding on to the top. B gas cars, you should be in the lane. A gas, you're on standby as we continue with C gas over in the Quick Time Performance lane out of Loganville, Georgia. Drivers, you need to be prepared to go when you come out of the lanes. Make sure that you got everything on. Going to be Jimmy Huff going against Diana Casto. Diana out of Sandyville, West Virginia. In this quick draw Falcon. She and her husband built this on their carport at home. Been racing with the Southeast Gassers for years. Dana having some health issues and they've missed a couple of races, but glad to see them back out. So a little Falcon wagon against the little Falcon. The Hoopy wagon against the quick draw. Jimmy Huff, Quick Time Performance lane, going to get there first. Next pair out going to be John McLaughlin out of Leeds, Alabama, in the Disorderly Conduct, little Anglia over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Going against Heath Adams. Heath out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, in the car he calls Rusty Bullet. Picked up his first win with the Southeast Gassers Association last year at Shadyside Dragway, our last event of the year. Well, that Fulton competition engine under the hood, the AP Race Cars machine out of Greenville, South Carolina. Heath lives in Spartanburg. So we got an Alabama-South Carolina matchup here in first round between John McLaughlin and Heath Adams. trying to train some backup guys and girls. B gas cars, you need to be in the lanes. B gas. A gas, you're on standby. Like I see Barry Lynn making his way around. Okay, something happening with Heath. He rolled through the beams. And come to a stop on the upper end. So got to go get him off the track. B gas cars, appreciate y'all guys for being down there. A gas cars, appreciate y'all guys for making your way to the lanes as well. We appreciate all y'all fans for being here today at Farmington Dragway. Got a couple of wagons going to go at it now. One a 56 Pontiac wagon. All the way from Cookeville, Tennessee is Randy Kiefer. And that Butler Performance Spine Tingler 2 in the quick time performance lane. Going against Jaron Purdue. Purdue is my 25 C-Gas World Champion, winner of our last event up at Rockingham 3 weeks ago. And this little 62 Chevy 2 wagon in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. It was an all Ohio final as Tony Tagenhorst won the Friday night race, which was our finish from Knoxville. He raced against Jaron Purdue, and then Jaron completed the Ohio sweep. When he won the Saturday night race. Jaron's going to move into the second or third spot. Not really sure how it's going to shake out, but Ernie's still holding on to that number one spot. Mark Halleck in the little Sasquatch 56 Chevrolet over in the quick time performance lane. Going against Billy Wilson. Billy out of Gaffney, South Carolina, the little 49 Studebaker pickup. Billy was the first pickup to win a Sega class, and he did that in Ohio. Got a little thing called Troublemaker. Alexa Phillips out there being the bug for Halleck, and that's the car that she drove after her Aunt Cynthia Phillips drove the car. So this is the first run for Wilson and Halleck. Billy goes red. He will get a time. Good run for both cars. Ernie Smith still holding on to that number one spot. Coming up next, out of Gaffney, South Carolina, little flying high, Shannon High here in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance Lane. A-Gas cars, I need you to the lane for first round of qualifying. A-Gas. A-Gas cars, I need you to the lanes. A-Gas. Okay, for safety purposes, no one's allowed up next to the guardrail. You have to stay back. Okay, well, that wound up C-Gas as we get ready to move into B. A-Gas cars, I need you to the lanes. A-Gas for first round of qualifying. A-Gas. We move on into B. These are 8 pound per cubic inch is what the B-Gas cars weigh. Michael Oden out of Birmingham, Alabama. here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane, a little car called Double Down with that one-way technology horsepower under the hood. He's going against Ted McGee out of Lenore City, Tennessee. He's over in the Quick Time Performance Lane. After first round of qualifying, it was Jerry Dean qualifying number 1 with Rob Walden in the number 2 spot, followed by Kenny Phillips in the number 3 spot, Tony Nowzadowski in the number 4 spot, John Wise with the Gold Dust car in the number 5 spot, with Ronnie Jones, Dean Hall, and Don Wilmot rounding out the top 8 in first round of Superstock qualifying. It's a Rocky Top missile over in the Quick Time Performance Lane. The Double Down. Little Chevy 2 here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. Michael Oden going to be your number 1 qualifier. McKee got there first, but Oden running a quicker ET as Kelvin Cannon brings the loose cannon, the little 33 Willis panel, into the Quick Time Performance Lane. He's going to get Wayne Swalford, the Leroy, little Chevy 2 out of Fingerville, South Carolina, in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. A-Gas cars, you need to be in the lane for your first round of qualifying. A-Gas. Christy Burchett getting Kelvin into the beams. Robin getting Wayne Swalford in the beams. Swalford getting there first. Kelvin Cannon running a quicker ET. It's a good run by both cars. Kelvin's car looked like it was moving good on down. It's Daniel Haynes. Daniel was my 24 B-Gas World Champion. Going against Gary Smith. Gary out of Leesville, South Carolina. Daniel out of Inman, South Carolina. A little 51 Henry J here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. Little Ford Falcon, little red, white, and blue car called the Patriot. These cars always got the wheels up whenever they leave the starting line. Good to see Daniel and his family back with us. Hadn't been running the full season, and with their kids in school and school stuff, I can understand that why, but they're here with us this weekend at Farmington Dragway, as they was at Rockingham at Well. A-Gas cars, I need you to the lanes. A-Gas. Daniel Haynes getting there first. Got to go check out the track. I think something come off the chicken bone. A chicken bone fell out of the car or what? Got a couple of 63 Cummins coming out, going to be running side by side with their first round of qualifying. Bill Revels out of Canton, North Carolina, over there at Quick Time Performance Lane with a comment he calls Black Betty. It's going against McDonough, Georgia's own Brad DeBreeze Wimmerly out of the car he calls Southern Sizzler in the Maurice Motorsports Insurance Lane. The Bugs getting their work up, man. Going to be Bill Revels, Quick Time Performance Lane, getting there first. Tim Lales, car he calls Dreamcatcher when he gets it done. Be our last B gas cars. Will be moving into A gas. Looking after C gas after first round of qualifying. I'm sure he's like a little Benny Rooster over there, Mr. Ernie Smith, the Saturday Night Special, holding down that number 1 spot with Jaron Purdue, the Ghost of Fulton's Pass, in the number 2 spot with Todd Oden, Big 58 Delray in the number 3 spot with Jeff Jones and the Renegade in the number 4 spot. Tony Tagenhorst in the number 5 spots with Alfred Adams in the 6th. John McLaughlin in the 7th spot. John Lydek in the number 8 with Jimmy Huff in the 9th. Ben Helms in the number 10 with Mark Halleck, Randy Kiefer, Diana Casto, Shannon High, Gene Russell, Heath Adams, and Billy Wilson, rounding out the 17-car field of B gas. So Ernie Smith after first round, number 1 qualifier. Okay, next coming out is going to be A gas. And got a pair that's been around for a while. The Joker out of Wisconsin, the Night Stalker out of South Carolina. They're going to be pairing up in the first round. Greg out of Greenville, South Carolina. Greg and Greg. Greg Stealth out of Wapaka, Wisconsin. Greg Porter out of Greenville, South Carolina. So Greg's going to win this race. Down close to the finish line area, need to make sure that you're behind the fence line. Little golf cart down there close to the signs, you need to get back behind the fence area. Okay, down here on the tower side, the fence area, you're standing, you're blocking the view of the folks that are in the stands trying to watch the race, if you will. Be respectful of those folks. Make sure that you're not blocking their view. They're trying to enjoy it sitting in the bleachers. If you want to ride the fence, you know, move farther away. Don't be blocking anybody's view, please. We're broadcasting on 91.7, 91.7. Super stock cars. Super stock cars, I need you to start reporting back to the lanes for round 2 of qualifying. Super stock, need you back to lanes 2 and 3. Super stock, back to lanes 2 and 3 for your second and final round of qualifying. Super stock cars. Lanes 2 and 3 as we roll out our first pair of A-gas. It's going to be Greg and Greg. Greg Stelz out of Wapaka, Wisconsin, little 57 Pontiac called the Joker in the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane. Going against the 55 Chevrolet. Known all across the drag racing area, the Night Stalker, Greg Porter. Out of Greenville, South Carolina, that big green 55 Chevrolet. Super stock, round 2 of qualifying. I need you to the lanes. Super stock. Start reporting to lanes 2 and 3 for your final round of qualifying. Super stock. Super stock, round 2 of qualifying. Super stock, I need you to the lanes 2 and 3, please. Super stock. Greg Stell's going to take the number 1 spot out of those 2. Couple of Greer, South Carolina cars going to be going at it here in first round. My 25 A-Gas world champion, Chase Howard, in that 67 Chevelle called USA 1. That Fulton horsepower under the hood in that quick time performance lane. He's going against Barry Lynn. Barry over in that Larice Motorsports Insurance lane, getting those tires good and hot. Big 65 two-door Chevelle wagon. After first round of qualifying, B-Gas, Michael Oden holding down the number 1 spot. Ted McKee in the number 2 spot with Daniel Haynes in the 3rd spot. Kelvin Cannon in the 4th spot with Wayne Swafford 5th. Bill Revel 6th. Brad Wimberly 7th. Gary Smith and Tim Lale winding out the top 9. Super stock cars, I need you to the lanes for your second and final round of qualifying. Super stock. H-Gas cars, you can report to the lanes as well. H-Gas. Chase Howard going to shoot to the top there. Good run, wheels up start for that big red, white, blue Chevelle. Barry Lynn looked like he may be back to the number 3 spot as of after the first 4. Alan Pittman moving into the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, the beautiful little 66 Chevy 2 called Gravedigger 2. Fulton horsepower under the hood of both of these machines. Over in the quick time performance lane, my 22 and 24 A-Gas world champion, little 55 Chevrolet called the Chick Magnet. That's Leslie Horn in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Super stock. Final round of qualifying. Super stock. I need you to lanes 2 and 3. I need H-Gas cars to the lanes well. H-Gas. And I need super stock to 2 and 3. Super stock for your final round of qualifying. Leslie Horn shoots to the top. That's the fastest pass for the weekend so far in A-Gas. Nobody run that quick in test and tune last night, so track is really looking good. Rolling into the Race Motorsports Insurance Lane, my 2019 A-Gas World Champion and winner of our last event up at Rockingham, North Carolina, Kenneth Phillips out of Campobello, South Carolina, a little car called Silver Streak 2. He's going against Knoxville, Georgia's own 41 Willis. Brad Henry in that little blue car he calls Wild Child, and it lives up to his name. Superstock, I need you to the lanes. At H-Gas, I need you to the lanes. C-Gas, you're on standby. Good run for Kenneth. Going to put him in the number 2 spot as of right now. Brad Henry having issues, leaking. Superstock, thank you guys that are already down here. C-Gas, you're on standby. H-Gas cars, you need to be in lanes as well. But I need all Superstock cars for your second and final round of qualifying. Superstock. Our next pair coming out. Dean Jonas in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. Going against Barry Adler, the 63 split winner, called Iron Eagle. Some folks refer to it as a plastic pigeon since it's a fiberglass car, but that's all in the Foley and Jonas car. Agent Orange here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. Barry Adler, the Quick Time Performance owner in the Quick Time Performance lane. Barry Adler, good run there. Is going to put him in the top 3 or 4 there. Dean Jonas, a good run, is going to put him in the top half of the field as well. Coming up next is going to be Ben Christopher out of Bowling Springs, little 66 Chevy 2. One of his sponsors, Woodfin Towing, out of Cowpen, South Carolina. Won 2 races in a row. Going against Marlon Short. Marlon, a little short-tempered, out of Kingsport, Tennessee, over in the Quick Time Performance lane. So far, Leslie Horn, the Chick Magnet car, number 1 qualifier. But Ben Christopher has been known to step up and fire one off. And let's see what he does here. He's got that Jason 9 horsepower under the hood. A little Happy Days car. Ben Christopher didn't go to the top. He jumped over the top. It goes to the number 1 spot with that Happy Days car. Brad Henry did not ever stage up, so was able to fix the fuel leak. Had a fuel leak under the hood of that 41 Willis. That's why they call him Wild Child. Living up to the namesake. Next pair out going to be Ray Ballou and Quayne Stott. Ray come out last night. He's out of Calhoun, Georgia, in the little 55 Ford Fairlane. Had a ladder bars and all that stuff come loose under the car. They got back to the track. Rick Varner lives up in Kannapolis, North Carolina. They made a phone call. Rick said, sure, bring it on over. And they worked on the car. It's going against Quayne Stott. Quayne over here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. The same Quayne Stott that started Southeast Gassers. Was a 2006 Pro Mod World Champion in the Lee Boys car. Little 62 Ford Falcon against a 55 Ford Fairlane. Superstock is in the lanes, ready to go. They'll run after the exhibition runs of H-Gas and AFX. C-Gas, you should be here in the lanes. I see a lot of those guys are down there. And that's going to conclude A-Gas. And our first round of qualifying is we're going to give H-Gas and AFX a run here. Then we'll move into the second and final round of Superstock. They're in the lanes. Bo Deal. Little Angley he calls the Scud. This is an exhibition class since we do not have 8 cars. So they just trying to get more and more cars to run. This is H-Gas. Back in the days, back whenever you go to a racetrack and they had a little bit of everything. Volkswagen was running the H-Gas category. I actually have pictures from our track in Dallas, Georgia, where I grew up at, of a Volkswagen, and he is running in the H-Gas category. Bo Deal's here. Then Sean Lannis will be coming out with a little Studebaker. And Robbie Walden's going to be making a pass in the Dixie Twister AFX car. Then we'll move into the final round of qualifying for Superstock. C-Gas cars, appreciate y'all guys for being down there. C-Gas cars, you need to be in the lanes for your final round of qualifying. C-Gas, you need to be in the lanes for your final round of qualifying. Sean Landis, he's over here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Little Studebaker. All right, first round of qualifying for A-Gas, and it's all over with, and it's Ben Christopher with the Happy Days. It's going to be Happy Days over in the pit area for Ben as he was the number one qualifier, followed by Leslie Horn with a Chick Magnets car. Barry Adler with that Iron Eagle in the number 3 spot with Kenneth Phillips in the number 4 spot with the Silver Streak 2. Chase Howard in the number 5 spot. Chase Howard in the number 5 spot with Alan Pittman in the number 6 spot. Dean Jonas in the number 7 spot. Greg Stelz in the number 8 spot. Barry Lynn in the number 9 spot. Greg Porter in the number 10 spot with Marlon Short 11th. Brad Henry 12th. Ray Ballou in the 13th. Ken Rainwater 14th. And Quayne Stott in the 15th spot. That's how A-Gas shook out after the first round. Okay, Rob Walden here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane, number 2 qualifier after the first round. It's going against John Wise, the Gold Dust car out of Upper New York over in the Quick Time Performance lane. He was the number 5 spot after the first round of qualifying. They're trying to move up a little bit. Rob only has one more spot that he can move. John, he can move up a couple more if he can get that little Gold Dust Barracuda down the track a little bit quicker than he made the first pass. C-Gas cars, you should be in the lane. C-Gas, be your own standby. Rob Walden improves, but he's not going to move up the ladder. He's going to remain in that number 2 spot. Coming up next pair, a couple of Alabama cars, the Public Enemy, Tony Nalzadowski over there in the Quick Time Performance Lane was the number 4 qualifier after the first round. Going against Ronnie Jones, the Crimson and Clover car here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. He was the number 6 qualifier after the first round. Just got a text from Alan Platt, who's watching from home. He said to let everybody know that he'll have the Georgia Shaker back real soon. So appreciate you watching there, Alan. Appreciate the shout out. I had a guy, matter of fact, come by and ask, was Alan here? And I told him no, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back. And appreciate you watching there at Alan and keeping an eye on us. Got a good crowd showing up as we're into round 2 of Superstock. Those guys will be going back and getting ready for first round eliminations. And now Zadowski over there in the Quick Time Performance Lane is going to get there first. He's going to move up, but he's not going to move up any. He's going to run quicker time, but I don't think he's going to improve on the ladder. As the next pair comes up, going to be Dean Hall and Don Wilmot. Wilmot and Dean both did not get a time for the first round, so they're number 7 and 8. So all they can do is move up. If they can run quicker. C-Gas cars, you should be in the lanes. B-Gas, you're on standby. B-Gas, you're on standby for your second and final round. B-Gas, you can actually start making your way down as I have one more pair of Superstock cars. So B-Gas, start making your way to lanes 2 and 3 for your second and final round of qualifying. Don Wilmot going to get there first. And he's actually going to jump way on up. He's going to jump up to about the number 4 spot, I believe, the way it's going to shake out. As Kenny Phillips, the street legal car, rolls into the Quick Time Performance Lane. First round, he wound up in the number 3 spot. He's going against the number 1 qualifier, Jerry Dean, the last Rebel 2, my defending Superstock world champion and winner of our last event at Rockingham, the last 2 events. Matter of fact, the Knoxville and the Knoxville race and the Rockingham race. B-Gas cars, start making your way to lanes 2 and 3. B-Gas. Jerry Dean runs a little bit quicker. Kenny Phillips left before the tree was activated. So he's still going to remain He's still going to remain in the number 3 spot. B Gas cars, I need you to lanes 2 and 3. B Gas, final round of qualifying. B Gas, lanes 2 and 3, please. B Gas. As we move into C Gas, this is 10 pound per cubic inch. Diana Casto, number 13 qualifier after the first round. She's over in the quick time performance lane in the quick draw car out of Sandyville, West Virginia. Going against Jimmy Huff, the little hoopy wagon. He was the number 9 qualifier after the first round out of Loganville, Georgia. He's in the Reese Motorsports insurance lane. Both hoping to move up some. B Gas cars, I need you to the lane. B Gas for your final round of qualifying. B Gas, I need you for your final round of qualifying. If you'll notice, when you walk around the pit area looking at these cars, all the lettering and all is all done by hand. Jimmy Huff chooses to do it by his hand. The others are done by professional artists. But that's what the Hoopy Wagon's all about. Jimmy been racing with us for years. And that Hoopy Wagon's always a fan favorite. And he gets there first. Improves just a little bit, but I don't believe he's going to move up the ladder much. The Lidak and Watson's high-strung 57 Chevrolet out of Warner Robins, Georgia, rolls into the quick time performance lane. Going against the Pucker Time out of Waxhaw, North Carolina, Ben Helms. Always a fan favorite here in the Reese Motorsports insurance lane as he has those wheels up every time he leaves. Ben is the number 10 qualifier after the first round. Lidak in the number 8 spot, both trying to move up. Ben Helms, like I say, Pucker Time. That's why they call him Pucker Time, because those wheels up. And Billy Wilson, little troublemaker, fight at 49 Studebaker over in the quick time performance lane, was the number 17 qualifier after the first round. Okay, you spectators, it's down out beyond the fence line. You're going to have to move. John McLaughlin in the disorderly conduct here in the Reese Motorsports insurance lane, number 7 qualifier after the first round. Like I say, Billy Wilson, the troublemaker Studebaker, over there in the quick time performance lane. The number 17 qualifier. I'm sure he's going to move up. He had problems. Okay, you spectators along the fence, make sure but you're behind the fence line. Cannot be out beyond the fence line out there. Billy Wilson's going to move up to the top half of the field. Jeff Jones in the Renegade over in the quick time performance lane. Number 4 qualifier after the first round. Tony Tagenhorst in the Wasted Wages car in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance lane. He was the number 5 qualifier after the first round. So they're both trying to move up. The spectators on the tower side down close to the scoreboard, you're going to have to move back behind the fence line. We're fixing to stop the event till you get back where you need to be, back behind the fence line. The number 1 qualifier after the first round, Mr. Ernie Smith, with that Saturday night special over in the quick time performance lane. He's going against Alfred Adams. Alfred was the number 6 qualifier in the Damn It Bob car. He's in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance lane. B-Gas cars, you should be in the lanes for your second and final round of qualifying. B-Gas. Ernie Smith, the man over there in the quick time performance lane, is on his 111th consecutive race for the Southeast Gassers. His one and only win came at Greer, South Carolina, the last time we was there, which was November the 5th of 2016. We're going back there September the 5th. Or September the 12th, excuse me. Ernie, another good run. A little bit slower than he run the first round. Yep, September the 12th, we'll be back after 10 years absence at Greer Dragway. If you like what you're seeing today, join us at Greer, South Carolina, September the 12th. If you like going to cruising the coast, join us at Gulfport Dragway. The number 3 qualifier after the first round, Todd Oden in that big XX58 Del Rey over in the quick time performance lane. It's going against Gene Russell, the number 15 qualifier after the first round. The Junkyard Dyno. here in the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane. Todd Oden does not improve. Shannon High and Mark Hallett coming up. Shannon in the number 14 qualifier. Halleck in the number 11 spot. The Sasquatch here in the Maurice Motorsports Insurance lane. Shannon over there in the Quick Time Performance lane. Shannon out of Gaffney, South Carolina. Halleck originally was from Texas. I think he lives up in the Tennessee area, around Knoxville area now. B-Gas Cars, you should be in the lane for your final round of qualifying. A-Gas Cars, your own standby. Good run for both of those cars. Halleck really improved. He's going to move up in the top half of the field. Here comes the potential that could knock Ernie off of the number 1 qualifier. He was my 25 C-Gas world champion out of Peebles, Ohio. Jaron Purdue. Heath Adams back there. Heath is the number 16 qualifier after the first round. Unlike for him, like I say, he picked up his first win, first and only win, last year at Shadyside, the final race of the year. Purdue, current points leader in C-Gas. He runnered up on Friday night at Rockingham against Tony Tagenhorst, then won the Saturday night race with a little Ghost to Fulton Pass 62 Chevy 2. Little wagon has a history. Won a championship with Leslie Horn. He goes to the number 1 spot with that run right there. It puts him to the top with Ernie Smith going to wound up number 2 unless Heath can go quicker. But Jaron Purdue just taking over the number 1 spot with that shot there out of the Quick Time Performance lane. B-Gas. Guys, you should be in the lane. A-Gas cars start reporting to your lanes 4 and 5 for your final round. A-Gas to the lanes for your final round of qualifying. A-Gas. Heath out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. Little 53 Chevrolet. A gas cars, I need you to the lanes. 4 and 5 for your final round of qualifying. A gas. A gas cars, I need you to lanes 4 and 5 for your final round of qualifying. A gas. The number 1 qualifier and the number 3 qualifier after the first round. Michael Oden got doubled down over in the quick time performance lane. Daniel Haynes in the Patriot here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Michael out of Birmingham, Alabama. Inman, South Carolina is where Daniel Haynes calls home. Little Ford Chevy matchup here. Daniel won the Big Ass World Championship in 24. Michael Oden does not improve. Daniel does improve, but he's not going to move up the ladder, and he's going to remain in the number 3 spot so far. Gary Smith, a 51 Henry J out of Leesville, South Carolina. Going against Tim Lale. Lale was the number 9 qualifier. Smith, the number 8 qualifier after the first round. A gas cars, A gas. I need you to the lanes for your final round of qualifying, please. A gas. Got to do a little lane check here. Next pair out is going to be Kelvin Cannon and Brad DeBreeze Wimberly. The loose cannon against the Southern Sizzler. Kelvin was the number 4 qualifier after the first round. Brad was the number 7 qualifier. Okay, you're having to do some cleanup down there. Now would be a good time to go to the concession stand or go over to the Southeast Gassers Gear and get them everything checked out. As we're just finishing up B gas, then we'll do A gas, final round of qualifying, then about a 15 to 20 minute intermission, and we'll go into eliminations after our opening ceremonies. Thank everyone for being here at Farmington Dragway today. If you live close enough by and you can, I'd be glad to have you join us September the 12th at Greer Dragway. After 10 years, we're going back. September the 12th, we'll be at Greer Dragway. Then we move to Cruise into Coast Week down in Gulfport. 2 big races. October the 9th and 10th, 2 races at Gulfport Dragway. Then we wind it up. October the 31st, Trick or Treat Night, Halloween. Tricks for some, treats for others, as we wind up our 26th racing season at Shadyside Dragway. That's on October the 31st. We move back into B gas, upper end's all clear. Number 4 and 7 qualifier after the first round. The Southern Sizzler over there in the quick time performance lane. Number 7 qualifier, the Loose Cannon 33 Willis panel. Here in the tower side, that is the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane. Number 4 qualifier after the first round. Kelvin Cannon going to improve. The Loose Cannon making a good run there. He's going to really be happy when he sees that ET slip. Bill Rebels, the number 6 qualifier in the Black Betty car in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane after the first round. Going against Wayne Swalford, the number 5 qualifier after the first round. He's over in the Quick Time Performance Lane. Both looking to improve. Wayne leaving before the tree is activated, so he'll have to stand on his first round of qualifying. Number 2 qualifier after the first round, the Rocky Top Missile, Ted McGee, here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. So this is going to wind up B gas. Then they're going to do a little track prep before we move into A gas. And after we get through with A gas, we'll be ready to go into our little intermission, getting everything paired up with our opening ceremonies. Ted McGee goes to the top with that run right there. Okay, that winds up B gases. We got one more class.
Ladies and gentlemen of Farmington Dragway, first of all, thank you for attending the G-Force Racing Transmissions Nationals for Southeast Gassers Association action. Beautiful crowd. We're glad to have you. Thank you for being right here on the farm. If you did attend and you happen to roll in with your hot rod or cruiser, if you would like a Southeast Gassers Association dash plaque, pay Mr. Stephen Smith of SoutheastGassersGear.com over at his setup. He's underneath the Summit pop-up near the concession stands, and he's got that Southeast Gassers Association swag, but you can pick up your dash plaque over there. So get your dash plaque along with some Southeast Gassers stickers and more, and roll away with that commemorative dash plaque and the proper swag to showcase you. We're right here at a Southeast Gassers Association drag race. Ladies and gentlemen, keep plowing here on the farm.
All right, we got one more class of qualifying, and then, like I say, we're about a 15 to 20-minute intermission, and we'll be going into eliminations. Yeah, we got H-Gas and AFX going to run again after that, but as soon as they get ready. Okay, Barry Adler here over in the quick time performance lane. The Iron Eagle was the number 3 qualifier after the first round. He's going against Greg Stels. Greg in the Joker over in the quick time performance lane. He was the number 8 qualifier after the first round. Not going to improve, but he's going to still stay in that number 3 spot. While they're getting all this situated and all this stuff, going to go through the pairings on the ones that I have so far in Superstock. Going to be Jerry Dean going against Dean Hall. John Wise against Tony Nelsadowski. Rob Walden against Ronnie Jones. Kenny Phillips against Don Wilmot. That's pairings in our first Superstock. In C-Gas, Jaron Purdue, being the number 1 qualifier, will have a bye first round. It's going to be John McLaughlin going against John Lydeck. Tony Tagenhorst against Diana Casto. Alfred Adams against Randy Kiefer. Ernie Smith against Heath Adams. Jeff Jones against Shannon High. Billy Wilson against Ben Helms. Todd Oden against Gene Russell. Mark Halleck against Jimmy Huff. That's C-Gas first round pairings. In B-Gas is going to be Ted McGee, number 1 qualifier. Will have a bye. Wayne Swafford be going against Bill Revels. Michael Oden against Tim Lell. Kelvin Cannon against Gary Smith. Daniel Haynes against Brad Wimberly. That's the first round pairings in B-Gas. And we're working on A-Gas now. Find out what's going on the upper end. Dean Jonas, the Agent Orange car over in the quick time performance lane. The number 7 qualifier after the first round. He's going against Marlon Short, the short tempered car, and the number 11 qualifier after the first round. Dean does not improve. Coming up next pair going to be Chase Howard. Chase going to be in the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane. He was the number 5 qualifier after the first round. He's going against the number 1 qualifier, Ben Christopher, out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. The Happy Days car over in the Quick Time Performance lane was the number 1 qualifier after the first round. Guys, we're going to have to kind of hurry along here if we're going to get this in. They say there's rain close by. Good side-by-side run there. Chase Howard turning a quicker ET, but he does not. Yeah, he does improve. He's going to wind up in about the number 3 spot, it looks like. But we're still not done. Alan Pittman, number 6 qualifier, the Gravedigger 2. Out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, going against Boiling Springs, South Carolina's Leslie Horn. Leslie was the number 2 qualifier after the first round. They got one on the tower side. You need to get back behind the fence. You know what people think whenever you get there, there's a fence there for a reason. It's to keep you behind it. Leslie does not improve. So he's going to wind up number 2. Kenneth Phillips coming up next. Kenneth, number 4 qualifier after the first round. Going against Ray Ballou. Ray was number 13 after the first round. Okay. Okay, we have one break in B, so the ladder is going to change. We have one break in B, so the ladder is going to change from what I was calling a while ago. It will be posted in the Dixie Twister trailer. Greg Porter, the Night Stalker car here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane, number 10 qualifier after the first round. Barry Lynn, the number 9 qualifier after the first round. He's over in the Quick Time Performance Lane. I think he got one more pair and we'll wind up A-gas. We had a gentleman named Mike Stacy has donated some money. And as soon as we get through with qualifying, we find out everything. We're going to have the Mike Stacy Sega lottery drawing and announce the winners of the money that he has donated. So Mike Stacy, appreciate you. We're going to be calling it the Mike Stacy Sega Lottery. As soon as we're through with A-gas qualifying, we'll be announcing the winners in each of our classes. Be $100 going to 10 different people. So as soon as we get this pair and we figure out the qualifying, we're going to be having the Mike Stacy Sega Lottery. Be announcing the winners. And what it is going to be, I think, 3 drawn. There's 10 different 10 different people going to win $100 a piece, and that's all courtesy of Mike Stacy. So it's the Mike Stacy Sega Lottery. As soon as this pair find out where they're going to be settling in, and then we'll be Wayne Stock's going to really improve. Wayne going to move up into about the number 7 spot or something like that. I'm not really sure, but looking like from my ladder. Okay, still got to get the A-gas winners, but here is the winners of the first ever Mike Stacy Sega Lottery. In Superstock, Don Wilmot and Ronnie Jones. Y'all both have won $100. In C-Gas, Mark Halleck, Ben Helms, and Diana Casto. Y'all have all won $100. In B-Gas, Bill Revels and Tim Lale. Y'all have won $100. So in Superstock, Don Wilmot and Ronnie Jones. In C-Gas, Mark Halleck, Ben Helms, and Diana Casto. In B-Gas, Bill Revels and Tim Lale. Winners of the first ever Mike Stacy Sega Lottery. He donated $1,000, and we're giving $100 to each of those drivers' names that we've called, and we're going to call, I think, 3 A-gas cars. Okay, the winners of this will be seeing Rocky Platt for the money. So in Superstock was Don Wilmot and Ronnie Jones. C-Gas, Mark Halleck, Ben Helms, and Diana Casto. B-Gas, Bill Revels, and Tim Lale. And I'm going to announce the A-Gas winners as soon as they give me their names. Okay, we're going to have a short intermission and all, and we'll be calling Superstock. So y'all as drivers should already have your pairings and all that stuff. You need to be getting ready to be come to the lanes as we call you. It's going to be Jerry Dean against Dean Hall, John Wise against Tony Nalsadowski, Rob Walden against Ronnie Jones, Kenny Phillips against Don Wilmot. C-Gas is going to be Jaron Purdue having a bye with John McLaughlin. Y'all have seen the pairings, but I need Superstock to be ready to come to the lanes, and C-Gas as well when we call you. I thank everyone for coming out to the G-Force sponsored race here at Farmington Dragway. Roby's been with us for years and years and travels with us, rebuilding these guys' transmissions. You couldn't ask for anybody any better. G-Force has really done us good over the years. We're just minutes away from calling Superstock and stuff into the lanes for first round. Go over our 26 sponsors list. G-Force right at the top of the list, Mr. Roby Myrick. Also Summit Racing for all your racing needs from street to strip. Summit Racing. Molly Motorsports. LaRace Motorsports Insurance. Mortgage Options Winner's Circle. They sponsored the Winner's Circle. Quick Time Performance sponsors the Right Lane. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Realm Clutches. Gasser Gear, Mr. Stephen and Holly Smith. Okay, and A-Gas. Dean Jonas, Greg Porter, and Ken Rainwater. Y'all all have won $100. You'll be able to see Rocky Platt for that. So Dean Jonas, Greg Porter, and Ken Rainwater, you have won $100. This is courtesy of Mike Stacy, Bill Revels, Tim Lale, Mark Halleck, Ben Helms, and Diana Casto, Don Wilmot, and Ronnie Jones. Y'all all have won $100 courtesy of Mike Stacy. I need Superstock and C-Gas to first round pairings to the lanes, please. Superstock and C-Gas, come to the stage lanes for your first round pairings and first round eliminations. Superstock and C-Gas, start reporting to the lanes. After A-Gas qualifying's all over with, Ben Christopher winding up number one. Leslie Horn in the number 2 spot. Chase Howard wound up 3rd. Barry Adler dropped to the 4th spot. Kenneth Phillips in the number 5 spot. Alan Pittman in the 6th. Quayne Stott moved all the way up to 7th. Dean Jonas in that number 8 spot. Greg Stelz in the number 9. Barry Lynn in the number 10 spot with Greg Porter in the 11th spot. Brad Henry in the 12th spot. Marlon Short, Ray Ballou, and Ken Rainwater broke his engine but still gets his points. But I need Superstock and C-Gas to the lanes for first round eliminations. Superstock and C-Gas to the lanes for first round eliminations, please.
When you've grown up in this sport and your family has spent over 80 years standing behind racers, you know what's at stake. It's not just the car, it's everything behind it. LaRace Insurance started with my great-grandfather, and my grandfather began our racing legacy. We've experienced how common insurance falls short, slow quotes, excessive exclusions, and a drawn-out claims process. That's why me and my dad set out a mission to reshape insurance for the motorsports industry. We provide broader coverage, a knowledgeable team, and we give back to the industry by sponsoring races and hosting racer appreciation parties. Race cars, trailers, equipment, and fuel. Most policies exclude at least one of these. LaRace doesn't.
The difference with LaRace isn't just a policy, it's knowing that you're actually covered before something happens. Other companies will try to use standard auto policies or collector car policies to make racing work. And that's where we're different. We actually use a policy that's built specifically around motorsports racing. So drag racing, circle track, and road course. And what sets us apart is we're covering the race cars, the trailers, the tools and equipment, the pit vehicles, and your motorhomes. And we cover them while they're in storage, in transit, or at the race facility itself. Racers shouldn't think about what could go wrong. They should be thinking about one thing: winning.
LaRace Motorsports Insurance, coverage built by racers for racers.
Superstock and C-Gas start reporting to the lanes for first round pairings for elimination. Superstock and C-Gas.
Get on the boogie, come out here to the right lane. I'm usually more of an eater than a speaker, but I'd like to propose a toast. Here's to weekly specials on ice-cold beer, tankers, and taps. Here's to the interweb and being a clickety-clack away from smoked rib tips, jumbo shrimp, and world-famous wings. Congratulations, Wings Etc. You make any day special.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level, it is Mickey Thompson, and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson.
Okay, first run, first pair, super stock. It's going to be Kenny Phillips out of Campobello, South Carolina, the street legal car, going against Don Wilmot, the little Mustang out of Clarksville, Georgia. Wilmot in the Larice Motorsports insurance lane. Kenny Phillips over there in the quick time performance lane. C-Gas, guys, you should be in the lanes. B-Gas, start making your way to the lanes, getting paired up as well. B-Gas, start making your ways to the back of lanes 2 and 3 for first round pairings. B-Gas. Winner of this will get either Ronnie Jones or Rob Walden in the next round. Christy Burchett bringing Mr. Wilmot in. Robin over there getting Kenny in the beams. Look like it's going to get Kenny Phillips. Next pair out is going to be John Wise and Tony Nowzadowski. Wise all the way from Upper New York in this Gold Dust Barracuda over in that quick time performance lane. Nowzadowski comes from the great state of Alabama. He's in the Larice Motorsports insurance lane. The number 4 and 5 qualifier. So this should be one of the closest runs right there. Plymouth Barracuda over there in the quick time performance lane. 56 Chevrolet Public Enemy in the Larice Motorsports insurance lane. B-Gas cars start reporting to the back of the lanes for pairings. B-Gas. John Wise, that Barracuda over in the quick time performance lane. He picks up the win. Comes Rob Walden and Ronnie Jones, the Crimson and Clover, going against the Strychnine. '63 Biscayne against the '67 Camaro. Winner gets Kenny Phillips, the number 3 qualifier. Christy Burchett bringing Wob and the Strychnine into the beams. Robin's got the Crimson and Clover. Gonna be Rob Walden. Good run for Rob. He'll run Kenny Phillips. And next pair is going to decide who's going to run against John Wise. It's going to be Jerry Dean and Dean Hall. Jerry Dean, the number 1 qualifier out of Lacey Springs, Alabama. He's in the Larice Motorsports insurance lane. Dean Hall over in the Sledgehammer in the quick time performance lane. He's from Inman, South Carolina. B-Gas, I need you to the lanes for first round pairings. B-Gas. That winds up Superstock, so it's going to be Jerry Dean against John Wise, Rob Walden against Kenny Phillips in the next round. So we move into C-Gas. Jaron Purdue, the number one qualifier, he's rolled up first. He knows he can go ahead and get his run in. B-Gas. B-Gas. I need you to the lanes for first round pairings and eliminations. B-Gas. A-Gas, guys, you need to be getting ready. Being the number one qualifier, Jaron, in a 17-car field, Jaron gets the bye. He won the Rockingham event. Currently leading the points was our 25 C-Gas world champion. He'll run either John Lydeck or John McLaughlin in the next round. Depends on who wins when they come up for their first round. B-Gas cars, I need you to the lanes for pairings for first round eliminations. B-Gas. Yeah, Casto. So Tony Tagenhorst, another one of the Ohio cars. We're supposed to run Diana Casto from Sandyville, West Virginia. She broke. He won the Knoxville race that we finished at Rockingham on a Friday night. So Jaron Purdue, who just saw go down, he won the actual Rockingham race on Saturday night. So the Ohio boys swept the C-Gas class the last time we were out. We could very well meet in the third round if they both advance. Jimmy Huff and Mark Halleck coming out next. Halleck over there in the quick time performance lane, the Sasquatch 56 Chevrolet going against the Hoopty Coupe, little Ford Falcon wagon of Jimmy Huff. Halleck out of Tennessee, Huff out of Loganville, Georgia. Looks like most of my B-Gas cars are down there. A-Gas start getting prepared to come to the lanes, pairings for first round. A-Gas. Halleck goes red, Huff goes to the next round. Jimmy Huff picking up that win as Mark Hallett goes red. So the Hoopy Coop going to run either Todd Oden or Gene Russell the next round. Coming up next, pair's going to be Alfred Adams and Randy Kiefer. Alfred going to be over there in the quick time performance lane. He's out of Clover, South Carolina. Kiefer out of Cookeville, Tennessee. The beautiful 56 wagon. Alfred Adams. Winner gets Tony Tagenhorst in the next round. Alfred over there in that quick time performance lane. Kiefer in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. A-Gas cars start making your way to the back of the lanes for first round pairings. A-Gas. Kiefer's out on him. Can Adams drive around him? Upper end's going to be Randy Kiefer won a whole shot win. Going to advance into the next round. Next pair up going to be Heath Adams and Ernie Smith. Winner of this right here gets a bye in the second round. They advanced into the third round. Ernie Smith, 111 consecutive SEGA races with only one win. And that win came at Greer, South Carolina on November the 5th of 2016. It's hard to believe that we've run 111 races since 2016, nearly 10 years. Ernie and the Wings, etc. Priority Heating and Air, Woodfin Towing, four-door Chevy 2 here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Heath Adams hasn't had a good run all afternoon long. Not really sure that car is out of character from the way it normally runs. He's actually picked up his first win last year at Shadyside, our last event of the year at Shadyside. But it's two uncharacter-like runs for him in both rounds of qualifying. Ernie in the number 2 spot. He wound up in the number 17 spot. And Ernie is going to advance into the third round as he has a bye. He'll have a bye in the next round. John McLaughlin over there in the quick time performance lane, the disorderly conduct, little Anglia out of Leeds, Alabama. Going against John Lydak, the beautiful 57 Chevrolet here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. He's out of Warner Robins, Georgia. Christy Burchett going to be bringing John back. Winner of this gets Jaron Purdue, the number 1 qualifier in the next round. Yay, yay. I'm not sure what they're thinking. They're thinking I've got to run the number 1 qualifier in second round if I win this one. But every round win counts towards your points towards the end of the year of how we come out. We'll have our banquet in January in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, at the Ramsey, like we always, well, we didn't last year because it snowed us out, like we normally do. Hopefully. Sort of be a good run right here. John's going to win. And he's going to beat John Lydeck. John was going to win either way, but John Lydeck defeats John McLaughlin. So John Lydeck will run Jaron Purdue. Tony tagging horse against Randy Kiefer. There's Jeff Jones against Shannon High. Shannon out of Gaffney, South Carolina, over there in the Flying Hive in the Quick Time Performance Lane. The Renegade, driven by Jeff Jones, here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. Car driven by Ken Rainwater last year won the B-Gas World Championship, as it did in 21 as well.
Cancel that tow back. They got one towing them back.
Winner of this will get either Billy Wilson or Ben Helms in the next round. B-Gas cars, I need you. They should be in the lanes. A-Gas, you need to be coming to the lanes for first round pairings. A-Gas cars need to be in the lanes for first round pairings. It'll be Jeff Jones. Advancing into round number 2. A-Gas. You need to be coming to the lanes for first round pairings. A-Gas. And here comes Billy Wilson and Ben Helms. No. It's Todd Oden and Gene Russell.
Hey, I got one turn around on the track. Hold on.
Todd Oden in the big 58 Del Rey. The number 3 qualifier is going against Gene Russell. Todd Oden and Gene Russell. Gene over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Todd Oden here in the big 58 Del Rey. He's in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Gonna be Todd Oden. It's pucker time over there in the Quick Time Performance Lane. Ben Helms out of Waxhaw, North Carolina. This ought to be a good race right here. Hit wheels up by both of them. Billy Wilson over here in this 49 Studebaker pickup truck. He's in the Race Motorsports Insurance Lane. Get those cameras ready because this will be a wheels up start by both sides. And the winner gets Jeff Jones in the next round. A-gas cars, you need to be in the lanes for first round pairings. A-gas. I need you to the lanes for first round pairings. A-gas. I think Ben Helms was one of the winners, and it was on how they qualified is how we give away the money that Mr. Mike Stacy donated. The Mike Stacy Sega Lottery. I'm sure Ben Helms was one of the winners of $100, help for towing bills. He lives in Waxhaw, North Carolina. Billy's out of Gaffney, South Carolina. The first pickup to win a Sega event when he did that in Xenia, Ohio. And it looked like Pucker Time going to be back for round two. Nope, Billy drove around him. Helms had him out of the hole, but Billy Wilson drove around him. A-gas. Okay, Ted McGee and Tim Lale. Ted, the number one qualifier. The Rocky Top Missile out of Lenore City, Tennessee, here in the Race Motorsports Insurance Lane. Tim Lale, the Dream Chaser, over there in the Quick Time Performance Lane. A-gas. I need you to the lanes for first round pairings and eliminations. A-gas. Alexa getting Ted into the beams. Like Lale's coming in. Winner gets either Wayne Swalford or Bill Revels. Gonna be Ted McKee. Picking up that win. He'll run either Wayne Swalford or Bill Revels. Next pair out is going to be Michael Oden and Gary Smith. A-gas cars, you need to be in the lanes paired and ready to go for first round eliminations. A-gas. Wheels up start for Odin. You'll have Kelvin Cannon in the next round as Kelvin will advance. Supposed to run Brad Wimberly, and Brad not able to make the call. And here comes Leroy and Black Betty. Leroy over in the quick time performance lane. That's Wayne Swalford out of Fingerville, South Carolina. Canton, North Carolina is where Bill Revels and Black Betty call home. He's over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Winner of this gets Ted McKee. It's going to be Bill Revels. Okay. Competition by here's Kelvin Cannon, supposed to run Brad Wimberly, but Brad having problems. Kelvin will run Michael Oden next round. B-Gas will skip a round, so B-Gas cars, you will not be coming up in second round. You'll come in the third round. A-Gas cars, you should be in the lanes paired and ready to go. A-Gas. Okay, B-Gas will not run next round. So Ted McGee, Bill Revels, Michael Oden, and Kelvin Cannon, the crews of these cars, you will not be coming up next round. Ted McGee, Bill Revels, Michael Oden, and Kelvin Cannon you will not run second round. You'll come in third round. We lost cars and we only have 2 more rounds. A-gas cars, as soon as they get the track checked and all this stuff, you will be coming out. Ben Christopher will have a bye as he was the number one qualifier. But A-gas cars should be in the lanes. A-gas should be in the lanes for first round eliminations. A-gas. Thank everyone for being out here today. Like I say, our next race is going to be September the 12th at Greer Dragway. It's turned out to be nice weather, kind of cool out there. Hopefully the clouds are going to go on around us. I'm not going to say what they normally do because that normally is bad. But appreciate everybody for being here at Farmington Dragway for the G-Force Nationals. Brought to you by G-Force Transmission. Mr. Roby Myrick has really been a blessing to the Southeast Gassers Association. Keep these guys going up and down the track. Comes out, rebuilds their transmissions.
We've experienced how common insurance falls short, slow quotes, excessive exclusions, and a drawn-out claims process.
We actually use a policy that's built specifically around motorsports racing, so drag racing, circle track, and road course. We're covering the race cars, the trailers, the tools and equipment, the pit vehicles, and your motorhomes. And we cover them while they're in storage, in transit, or at the race facility itself.
Larice Motorsports Insurance, coverage built by racers for racers.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Jason 9 horsepower under the hood of the Woodfin Towing sponsored Happy Days car. Goes even faster than he qualified. So Happy Day's going to be happy when he sees that ET slip. And he's going to run the winner of this next pair out, Greg Stealth out of Wapak, Wisconsin. The 57 Pontiac going against Dean Jonas, the little 66 Chevy 2. Out of Mount Holly, North Carolina, the Foley and Jonas Agent Orange car. Leah running out, bringing Greg back. Dean's girlfriend going out, bagging him up. He's really got this Agent Orange car running good. Dean been working with Tommy Mooney, which anybody knows anything about race cars. The man, the myth, the legend, Tommy Mooney. He's not only builds cars, he drives them. Dean is one of the guys who's been with him for 20 plus years. Greg runs Greg's Speed Shop in Wapaka, Wisconsin. See, he and Leah miss Joker. She's got him into beams. They're hoping to get their shot at Ben Christopher the next round. They don't know what he run. And it looks like it's going to be Dean Jonas. Dean picking up that win. It's a close race on the upper end. Kenneth Phillips, my 2019 A-Gas World Champion out of Campobello, South Carolina. In this 58 Corvette, he is in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. He's going against the 41 Willis of Brad Henry out of Knoxville, Tennessee, over there in the Quick Time Performance lane. Kenneth won our Rockingham race. The winner of this will run either Barry Adler or Marlon Short. Kenneth Phillips lowering his ET. Fastest pass he's made this afternoon. Next pair up going to be Leslie Horn and the single was supposed to run Ken Rainwater. The Chick Magnet going to run either Quayne Stott or Barry Lynn next round. Spinning out of the hole. Chase Howard and Ray Ballou coming up. Chase going to be over in the Larice Motorsports insurance lane. Ballou out of Calhoun, Georgia, in the 55 Ford Fairlane called Bad Alibi. Chasing that 67 Chevrolet Chevelle out of Greer, South Carolina. Been leaving the starting line, toting those front wheels. Winner of this will get either Alan Pittman or Greg Porter. Winner of this is going to get Chase Howard in the next round. Alan Pittman here in the Larice Motorsports insurance lane. Alan out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. Got the Night Stalker against the Gravedigger. The Night Stalker been around. They were back, running back in 16, so they've been probably 15 years or more running this machine. First year back with us. Glad to have Greg Porter and his wife back racing with us. Alan Pittman. Wayne Stott and Barry Lynn coming up now. Quayne over into quick time performance lane. Winner gets Leslie Horn. A little 62 Ford Falcon called the Executioner 3. The Willis was one, the green car was one. Barry Lynn looking to put a whole shot on him and run. Sort of really be a good run as number 7 and 10 qualifier. So Plain Stock going to be running. That ought to be a good run, Quayne and Leslie next run. Former owner against current owner. So Barry Adler. What did he say? H-Gas and AFX. H-Gas and AFX to the staging lanes, please. H-Gas and AFX to the staging lanes. H-Gas and AFX, I need you to the lanes. H-Gas and AFX. Marlon Short out of Kingsport, Tennessee. North Carolina is where Barry Adler calls home. Winner of this gets Kenneth Phillips. Driver of the Drag Nasty car, I need you to report to your car and come down and make a pass if you want to. H-Gas drivers to your cars. Both of them getting close, but Adler able to get down first. So Barry will run Kenneth in the next round and H-Gas and AFX. H-Gas and AFX. We will be skipping around in Superstock and B-Gas. And looking at C-Gas, it's going to be John Lydeck and Jaron Purdue, Tony Tagenhorst and Randy Kiefer. Ernie Smith will have a bye into the third round. Jeff Jones will be running Billy Wilson and Todd Oden against Jimmy Huff. Robbie Walden coming up to make a pass in the Dixie Twister AFX car. H-Gas drivers to the lanes for a run, please. H-Gas. Second round, C-Gas. I need you to the lanes for pairings and eliminations. Second round, need Jaron Purdue, John Lydeck, Tony Tagenhorst, Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith, Jeff Jones, Billy Wilson, Todd Oden, and Jimmy Huff. I need you to the lanes for second round eliminations. C-Gas, second round. I need you to the lanes, please. C-Gas, second round. C-Gas, second round. I need you to the lanes, please. C-Gas, second round. Jaron Purdue, John Lydeck, Tony Taggenhorse, Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith, Jeff Jones, Billy Wilson, Todd Oden, and Jimmy Huff. I need you to the lanes, guys. Bo Deal, little H gas angler. C gas. I need you to the lanes, guys. C gas. Now would be a good time to go by over and check out the Southeast Gassers gear. I'm not sure how long, much longer Stephen and them are going to be here. But now would be a good time as we're waiting for C gas to come into the lanes. A gas cars have got to cool down. We're going to miss a round in super stock and B gas. It's going to kind of give us a little downtime here. Had so many cars break. C gas. C gas. I need you to the lanes, please. C gas for second round. C gas. Okay, anyone that wants fuel, they're going to be closing in 15 minutes. Anyone that's going to needs any fuel, they're going to be closing in 15 minutes.
Tap, tap. Who's there? Ice cold beer. Because at Wings, etc., cold beer is always on tap.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level. It is Mickey Thompson and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Ernie come within one run of being the number one qualifier. That was the last pass that Jaron Purdue made. It's on his 111th consecutive race. Tony Tagenhorst, the Wasted Wages car, over in the quick time performance lane, going against Randy Kiefer. Kiefer out of Cookeville, Tennessee. Columbia and Ohio's where Tagenhorst is from. Winner of this will get Jaron Purdue or John Lydeck. Tagenhorst goes red, and Randy Kiefer's going to go into the next round. So Kiefer's going to run either Purdue or Lydeck. Jeff Jones and Billy Wilson coming up next. Billy Wilson over in the quick time performance lane. Little troublemaker Studebaker. Little Renegade. Winner gets Ernie Smith in the next round. Winner of this gets Ernie Smith. And it's going to be Mr. Jeff Jones. That ought to be a good run right there, but the time that Ernie turned and the time he just run, it'll be one right here on the tree. Jaron Purdue and John Lydeck coming out next. Winner gets Randy Kiefer. Purdue over in the quick time performance lane, little 62 Chevy 2 wagon, 57 Chevrolet. High strung 57 over in the Maurice Motorsports Insurance lane. Todd Oden and Jimmy Huff will be coming up the last pair in C-Gas. That'll be a twofer there in the third round. B-Gas cars, you will not be running this round. Superstock will not be running this round. We'll join back in the party of third round. Purdue. We'll be running against Randy Kiefer. Ernie Smith against Jeff Jones. And the winner of this one right here is going to have a bye in the next round. It's going to be Jimmy Huff over there in the Quick Time Performance lane, or is it going to be Todd Oden, the big 58 Delray, in the Larace Motorsports Insurance lane? Sure to go by and check out the Southeast Gassers gear located up by the concession stand. Get you one of these posters. I think they've already got some they're putting out for our race back at Greer. After 10 years absence, we're going to be returning. November the 5th, 2016 was the last time I was there. We're going to be here September the 12th, our next race for the Southeast Gassers. Then we moved down to Gulfport, Mississippi, the Cruising the Coast week, the 9th and 10th of October. Jimmy Huff picking up the win. He had problems off the line, and Todd Oden had problems farther down. So Jimmy Huff Huff's going to be all the way down. Into the semis. Looking ahead, not quite time to get the A-Gas cars in lane, but the second round pairing is going to be Ben Christopher and Dean Jonas. Barry Adler against Kenneth Phillips. Leslie Horn against Quayne Stott. That's going to be a run. The man that started it against the man that's running it now. The former owner against the current owner. And the Executioner 3 and the Chick Magnet. And Chase Howard and Alan Pittman. Two of the South Carolina drivers. Pittman out of Spartanburg and Chase out of Greer, South Carolina, right there together. I'm sure they're going to be there at Greer wanting to win that race, because that's, like Ernie said earlier, he lives in Spartanburg. He says, all my family, friends, and all this stuff. I said, so two people's going to be there, Ernie. No, Ernie's going to have a crowd there, believe me. will be a big show when we return to Greer, and that's coming up September the 12th. These A-gas cars got to have a little time to cool, but that's going to be our pairings. Are going to be Ben Christopher and Dean Jonas, Barry Adler and Kenneth Phillips, Leslie Horn and Quayne Stott, Chase Howard and Alan Pittman. Any one of those cars could be in the finals, in any of the finals, but some of them's going to have to go home here. Ben Christopher has been on a tear. He actually run faster that first round than he did in qualifying. And Kenneth Phillips did the same. He run faster than he did in qualifying. Okay, to help Chris Smith up there at the sky, he's getting old and his eyes getting weak and all this stuff. When you start up to the scales, turn your lights off because they're blinding him. I understand what he's talking about. Yeah, turn those lights off when you start up to the scales where it won't be blinding Chris, and he's trying to direct you up onto the scales. So when you start to go across the scales on this next pass, make sure that you turn those lights off and do it all the way up to the finals. A-gas cars, start making your way to the lanes. I need Ben Christopher and Dean Jonas, Barry Adler and Kenneth Phillips, Leslie Horn and Quayne Stott, Chase Howard and Alan Pittman. I need these cars to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. Second round A-gas, I need you to the lanes now. Ben Christopher and Dean Jonas are parked right next to each other up there. That ought not be hard. Chase Howard and Alan Pittman, they're parked pretty much over there close together right there. I'm not sure where Quayne's parked at. I know Leslie's up here, but I need all my second round A-gas cars. Ben Christopher, Dean Jonas, Barry Adler, Kenneth Phillips, Leslie Horn, Quayne Stott, Chase Howard, and Alan Pittman. I need you to the staging lanes for second round eliminations. We do have an 11 o'clock curfew here, guys, so kind of sort of pick up the pace. Plus, we've got weather around us as well, so. Concession stand is open. Southeast Gasser's gear is open. Stephen hadn't sent me let me know when they're leaving. I need A-gas cars to the lanes. Going to have a battle of the Corvettes, the 63 split winner against the 58 between Kenneth Phillips and Barry Adler. Going to have a couple of Chevy 2s going at it with Christopher and Jonas. A Falcon and a 55, and then a Chevelle and a Chevy 2. But I need my A-gas cars to the lanes, guys. H-gas and AFX, I need you to the lanes. H-gas and AFX. H-gas and AFX. A-gas, I need you to the lanes. A-gas, I need you to the lanes. H-gas and AFX, I need you to the lanes as well. Quayne Stott, need you to the lanes. Quayne, need you to the lanes. Looking at C gas, it's going to be Jaron Purdue against Randy Kiefer. Ernie Smith against Jeff Jones. And Jimmy Huff is going to have a bye as he won against Todd Oden. Okay, a battle of the fiberglass cars. The 58 Corvette. Kenneth Phillips here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. In the 63 split window called Iron Eagle. Over there in the Quick Time Performance Lane. That is Barry Adler, owner of Quick Time Performance. Kenneth won our Rockingham race. He was my 2019 A-Gas World Champion. Winner of this will get either Dean Jonas or Ben Christopher. Ben was the number one qualifier, run quicker on his bye run than he did in qualifying as the air cooled down when the sun went down. Kenneth Phillips marches on. So Kenneth Phillips is going to run the winner of this next pair. Dean Jonas is over there in the Quick Time Performance Lane. Ben Christopher, the Woodfin Towing Happy Days car in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. Dean was the number 8 qualifier, and he was one of the winners of the Mike Stacy Sega Lottery, winning $100. He's out of Mount Holly, North Carolina. Ben's out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Pair of Chevy 2s going at it. Dean Jonas goes red, and Ben Christopher will be running Kenneth Phillips in the next round. Chase Howard and Alan Pittman coming out now. Chase over here in the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane. Pittman over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Chase has been deadly all afternoon long with those wheels up in the air way past the 60 foot. Which with the wheels up like that, it's going to cut his 60 foot down because he's having to stop the 60 foot with the rear tires. About every pass, he's been way past the 60 foot before he brings the front end down. The number 3 and 6 qualifier meet here in the second round. Winner gets Leslie Horner or Quayne Stott. Chase Howard picking up that win there. He's going to run either Leslie Horner or Quayne Stott. And they're coming down the hill now. Leslie over here in the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane. Quayne over there in the Quick Time Performance lane. That 62 Ford Falcon Executioner 3. The Chick Magnet 55 Chevrolet here in the Reese Motorsports lane. Quick Time Performance lane, the man that started the Southeast Gassers Association, that's Quayne Stott. The man that kept it going and currently owns the Southeast Gassers Association, Leslie Horn. 2-time A-Gas World Champion, 1-time C-Gas Champion. Quayne, a 2006 World Pro Mod Champion. H-Gas and AFX, you should be in the lanes. This could very well be one right here on the starting line. See who's going to get the jump. Quayne's out front. Leslie drove around him on the upper end. The Chick Magnet going to run Chase Howard in the next round. Quayne had him out of the hole, but the Chick Magnet horsepower on the upper end, that Fulton horsepower come by alive, and the Chick Magnet drove by him on the upper end. So the semis are going to be Ben Christopher against Kenneth Phillips. Kenneth won our Rockingham race. Ben Christopher had won 2 races prior. He won the race over in Woodstock, Alabama, and he won our race in Brainerd up in Chattanooga. So between Leslie and Chase is going to be the 24 champion against the 25 champion. Ben Christopher chasing a championship. He's leading the points right now. Kenneth Phillips already won a championship back in 2018. So A-Gas, like I say, when it all boils down, you come to a Southeast Gassers race, it only gets better as the race goes on. Not too long away from getting our C gas back down here. And then Superstock and B gas, they'll be joining in. There's 2 rounds left in each of those classes. So Jaron Purdue and Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith and Jeff Jones and Jimmy Huff, the 5 left in C gas. A big hoopy wagon making some rounds tonight. Good to see that for Jimmy Huff. Okay, C gas. 3rd round. I need you to the lanes. C gas. I need Jaron Purdue and Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith and Jeff Jones and Jimmy Huff. I need you to the lanes for 3rd round. I need C gas round 3. I need Jaron Purdue and Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith and Jeff Jones and Jimmy Huff. I need you to the lanes for round 3 of C gas. Robbie Walden, 3rd generation driver, driving the Dixie Twister. This is AFX car. We run methanol, so it does shoot flames out from time to time, and it will burn your legs if you get close. That's what the AFX got started at. That's original funny cars. Hey, Rocky, call me. Seagas cars, I need you to the lanes. I need Jaron Purdue, Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith, and Jeff Jones, and Jimmy Huff. Okay, it's just got a message from Stephen and Holly over there at Southeast Gassers Gear. They're packing up in 30 minutes. If you want to buy anything from Southeast Gassers Gear, you need to head over there and get it done now because they're going to be packing up in about 30 minutes. Randy Kiefer, I need you to the staging lanes. Randy Kiefer. Okay, this is the H-Gas Finals here. These guys are... Randy Kiefer, I need you. This is the H-Gas Finals. The big deal, Bo Deal, gonna pick up that win in H-Gas. Don't jinx him. He hasn't made it off the track yet. Okay. Third round of C-Gas is going to be Ernie Smith and Jeff Jones. Winner gets Jimmy Huff in the semis. Okay, just got the call. Concession is going to close at 10 p.m. Ernie Smith. Ernie picking up the win. So Ernie will be running this man right here in these semis. Jimmy Huff, the Hoopy Wagon. Okay. This is a twofer right here. You win this round, you go all the way to the finals. Jaron Purdue, my 25 C-Gas world champion, over there in the quick time performance lane. Randy Kiefer run this car in super stock. This is the farthest he's made it. The big wagon's going at it. Kiefer out of Cookeville, Tennessee. Peebles, Ohio is where Jaron Purdue, my current points leader, won our last race at Rockingham. Fulton horsepower under the hood of the little Chevy 2 wagon over there in the quick time performance lane. Randy Kiefer pulling up an offset right there. And it's going to be, he's going to be all the way to the finals. With that right there, we're guaranteed a new winner in C-Gas tonight because you got Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith, and Jimmy Huff. The three cars that potential go to the finals. Ernie has won one race, but it's been 10 years ago in Greer, South Carolina. So Kiefer's going all the way to the finals. He'll run either Ernie Smith or Jimmy Huff. All right, I need all my bugs. Back up, girls. I need you down to the starting line area now. Back up, girls. I need you to the starting line area. Need all my backup girls down to the starting line area. Backup girls to the starting line area, please.
you've grown up in this sport and your family has spent over 80 years standing behind racers, you know what's at stake. It's not just the car, it's everything behind it. Larice Insurance started with my great-grandfather, and my grandfather began our racing legacy. We've experienced how common insurance falls short, slow quotes, excessive exclusions, and a drawn-out claims process. That's why me and my dad set out a mission to reshape insurance for the motorsports industry. We provide broader coverage, a knowledgeable team, and we give back to the industry by sponsoring races and hosting racer appreciation parties. Race cars, trailers, equipment, and fuel. Most policies exclude at least one of these. Larice doesn't.
The difference with Larice isn't just a policy, it's knowing that you're actually covered before something happens. Other companies will try to use standard auto policies or collector car policies to make racing work. And that's where we're different. We actually use a policy that's built specifically around motorsports racing. So drag racing, circle track, and road course. And what sets us apart is we're covering the race cars, the trailers, the tools and equipment, the pit vehicles, and your motorhomes. And we cover them while they're in storage, in transit, or at the race facility itself. Racers shouldn't think about what could go wrong. They should be thinking about one thing: winning.
Larice Motorsports Insurance, coverage built by racers for racers.
Like Betty, and we're hoping he's going to have a good run right now. So.
Hi, I'm Gina Oden. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. I back up my husband Todd Oden in the double X and my son Michael Oden in the double down. Thank you all for coming out tonight.
Hi, my name is Dana. I back up Robbie Walden, my fiance, in the Dixie Twister.
Hello, my name is Alexis Phillips. I'm out of Atlanta, Georgia, the previous driver of the 56 Chevy Flower Power, and currently I back up Sasquatch, which is the old Flower Power, Renegade, Damn It Bob, Rocky Top Missile, and Instigator.
Hello, my name is Heather Peak, and I'm from Columbus, North Carolina, and I back up the Ghost of Fulton Pass, Wasted Wages, Wild Child, and my boyfriend Dwayne Stott, the Executioner 3.
I'm Colette. I back up for Dean Jonas and Agent Orange. We're from Mount Holly, North Carolina.
I'm Sherry Short, and I back up my husband Marlon Short, the Short Temper from Kingsport, Tennessee.
I'm Molly Helms. I back up my dad in Pucker Time, and I'm from Waxhaw, North Carolina.
I'm Robin Harris, and I'm from Chesney, South Carolina. I back up Leslie Horn, Ben Christopher, Barry Lynn, Kenneth Phillips, Wayne Swafford, Don Wilmot, Ronnie Poppy Jones, Brad Wimberly, Ernie Smith, Billy Wilson, John Wise, and Kenny Phillips.
Hey, I'm Cassandra Porter, and I back up the Night Stalker from Greenville, South Carolina.
And I am Christy, and I'm here with Kelvin Cannon, 33 Willis. And I back him up. I back up several, whoever I need to. I appreciate you guys coming out to see us. Woo!
Hey, girls.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rocky.
Superstock semis, I need you to the staging lanes. Superstock semis, I need you to the staging lanes. Need Jerry Dean, John Wise, Rob Walden, and Kenny Phillips.
Looking for a forged piston kit for your vehicle? You need Molly Motorsport Power Pack. What is Power Pack? It's the ultimate forged piston kit that comes complete with pistons, performance file fit rings, hot string steel pins, and clips, all engineered to work together, so all you have to do is build something great. Find your Power Pack at mollymotorsport.com.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
I'm usually more of an eater than a speaker, but I'd like to propose a toast. Here's to weekly specials on ice-cold beer, tankers, and taps. Here's to the interweb and being a clickety-clack away from smoked red tips, jumbo shrimp, and world-famous wings. Congratulations, Wings Etc. You make any day special.
Fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level, it is Mickey Thompson, and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson. Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Okay, Rob Walden and Kenny Phillips coming up. Kenny over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Rob in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Winner goes to the finals. Rob over here in the Larice lane. Kenny over there in the Quick Time lane. Good side-by-side run. Who's it going to be? Rob Walden. Rob Walden going to be running the winner between John Wise and Jerry Dean. The Stardust Barracuda out of Upper New York. Made a long haul to get here to Farmington Dragway. He's going against Jerry Dean. He's out of Lacey Springs, Alabama. He's getting to jump over there as well. So, winner's going to run Rob Walden in the finals. Going to be Jerry Dean and Rob Walden in the finals. C gas and A gas semis, I need you to the lanes. C and A semis, I need you to the lanes. I need Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith, and Jimmy Huff. I need Ben Christopher and Kenneth Phillips, Leslie Horn, and Chase Howard. I need you to the lanes. We normally would follow Superstock with C gas, but since B gas is already down here and waiting on the C gas to kind of cool, we're going to go ahead and run B and find out who's going to be the two that's going to dance the last dance in B gas. Ted McGee is going to be going against Bill Revels, and Michael Oden against Kelvin Cannon. And here comes Black Betty now. Ted McGee going to be over here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Lane. He's out of Lenoir City, Tennessee. He's going against Black Betty. Bill Revels out of Canton, North Carolina. See which one of these two is going to go to the finals here at Farmington Dragway tonight. Backup girls getting their exercise in. I need C and A gas semis to the lanes. I need Randy Kiefer, Ernie Smith, and Jimmy Huff and C gas. I need Ben Christopher and Kenneth Phillips, Leslie Horn and Chase Howard and A gas. Bill Revels is one of the ones that won money in the Mike Stacy Sega Lottery. Going to be Ted McGee. Rocky Top Missile. A good run there. Now, Michael Oden and Kelvin Cannon coming up. Kelvin over in the quick time performance lane. Little loose cannon, 33 Willis panel out of Elizabeth in Tennessee. Michael Oden out of Birmingham, Alabama. Christy having to get down there because the windshield's so low on the little Willis. Kelvin Cannon's going to make his first final. He's going to be going against Ted McGee. Two Tennessee cars. Kelvin Cannon, the loose cannon, on a tear tonight. Kelvin comes over to this track a lot, comes over to the swap meets and they have and all this stuff. So sort of home territory for him. Good to see it. Need C gas and A gas. You should be in the lanes. Tell you what, we're gonna have some good finals. People that's Kelvin Cannon's making his first finals in the loose cannon car. Ernie's the only one that's in C gas that's won a race, and that was 10 years ago. He's making 111th consecutive start. He's got a chance to go to the finals. He's got to get past Jimmy Huff in that Hoopy wagon. Randy Kiefer, the other little 56 Pontiac wagon. He's all the way into the finals. He's got to buy a run. He'll run either Ernie or Jimmy Huff. But I need C gas cars to the lane. I need A gas cars to the lane. I've got so excited about Kelvin going into the finals. He has made a final before, and that was in Kentucky, Clay City, Kentucky. Alan Platt, thank you. You're watching on live feed. It was in 2017 that Kelvin made his last time he made it to the finals. That was at Clay City, Kentucky. I remember because I was there. It was on a Sunday afternoon when we run the race. Okay. It's not going to be C. It's going to be 8. This could be a finals. Ooh. Leslie Horn and Chase Howard. Chase over here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Leslie over in the quick time performance lane. Winner goes to the final against Ben Christopher, Kenneth Phillips. Chase Howard won it, but Leslie wore the wall out. Having to replace the finish line cone up there, I think. Got Ben Christopher and Kenneth Phillips waiting in the wings to see who's going to be running Chase in the finals. They're getting the concession closed up, and Steven and them are closing up the Southeast Gassers gear over there. Trying to get the cones. Trying to get the cones set on the upper end up there, so they're just minutes away from getting. Finishing up A gas and then C gas, and then we'll be down to the finals. All right, guys, let's get ready to go. See, guys, get suited up. Okay, someone, if you've lost your phone, was turned down thinking in the women's bathroom, go to the concession stand and tell them what it looks like. They'll give it to you. If you lost your telephone, You lost your telephone, you go to concessions, tell them what it looks like, they'll give it to you. Drivers, suit up, let's go. Ben Christopher here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Kenneth Phillips over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Winner goes to the finals against Chase Howard. And it's going to be Ben Christopher. Okay, winner of this goes against Randy Kiefer in the finals. Ernie Smith, 1 win since he's been running Sega, and that was 10 years ago. And where we're going next, the Greer Dragway. Going against Jimmy Huff. Jimmy Huff going to run against Randy Kiefer. Going to be a couple of station wagons. So we are going to have a new winner in C Gas. And it's going to be a station wagon. Randy Kiefer out of Cookeville, Tennessee. Something happened to Ernie. He fell way off. all our finals set in all of our classes. As Randy Kiefer will be going against Jimmy Huff and Seagas. Ben Christopher against Chase Howard. Ted McGee against Kelvin Cannon. And Jerry Dean against Rob Walden. Don't know if anybody's collected it yet, but somebody, if you lost a phone, they have it at the concessions. You can tell them what it looks like. They'll give it to you. Okay, 15 minutes. I need finalists in all classes to the staging lanes. 15 minutes. I need finalists in all classes to the staging lanes. We have an 11 o'clock curfew here, and I know it's going to push turnaround time, but 15 minutes. I need finalists in all classes to the staging lanes. Jerry Dean and Rob Walden, Randy Kiefer, Jimmy Huff, Kelvin Cannon, Ted McGee, Ben Christopher, and Chase Howard. I need finalists in all classes to the staging lanes in 15 minutes.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
When you've grown up in this sport and your family has spent over 80 years standing behind racers, you know what's at stake. It's not just the car, it's everything behind it. Larice Insurance started with my great-grandfather, and my grandfather began our racing legacy. We've experienced how common insurance falls short, slow quotes, excessive exclusions, and a drawn-out claims process. That's why me and my dad set out a mission to reshape insurance for the motorsports industry. We provide broader coverage, a knowledgeable team, and we give back to the industry by sponsoring races and hosting racer appreciation parties. Race cars, trailers, equipment, and fuel. Most policies exclude at least one of these. Larice doesn't.
The difference with Larice isn't just a policy, it's knowing that you're actually covered before something happens. Other companies will try to use standard auto policies or collector car policies to make racing work. And that's where we're different. We actually use a policy that's built specifically around motorsports racing. So drag racing, circle track, and road course. And what sets us apart is we're covering the race cars, the trailers, the tools and equipment, the pit vehicles, and your motorhomes. And we cover them while they're in storage, in transit, or at the race facility itself. Racers shouldn't think about what could go wrong. They should be thinking about one thing: winning.
Larice Motorsports Insurance, coverage built by racers for racers.
I'm usually more of an eater than a speaker, but I'd like to propose a toast. Here's to weekly specials on ice-cold beer, tankers, and taps. Here's to the interweb and being a clickety-clack away from smoked rib tips, jumbo shrimp, and world-famous wings. Congratulations, Wings Etc. You make any day special.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level. It is Mickey Thompson, and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson.
Here at Quick Time Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
Looking for a forged piston kit for your vehicle? You need Molly Motorsport Power Pack. What is Power Pack? It's the ultimate forged piston kit that comes complete with pistons, performance file fit rings, hot string steel pins, and clips, all engineered to work together, so all you have to do is build something great. Find your Power Pack at mollymotorsport.com.
5 minutes, guys. I need all my finalists. Superstock, you should be down here first. I mean, you've had time to cool, but just get them on down here. But we got to get this race in before 11 o'clock. I need all finalists in all classes to the staging lanes. All finalists in all classes to the staging lanes now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here at The Farm, Farmington Dragway, for all of you on the live feed, thank you for tuning in. We're going to have those finals momentarily. And for all of you that are out here still at the farm, thank you. We're going to get it in before this turns into the Thunder and Lightning Nationals, rather it being the G-Force Racing Transmission Nationals. Okay, Rick, you've been doing a great job announcing tonight. You're going to take us home here in the finals before long. The final rounds of Superstock, two heavy hitters. Obviously, Dominator Dean has been getting the wins, but Rob Walden nabbed one there at Ringo, Georgia for the Southern Nationals there at Brainerd Motorsports Park. But these are the two top cars in that category right now.
Yes, they're running 1 and 2 in points and all that stuff, so it's going to be interesting finals right there. But C-Gas is what I'm really looking at. Jimmy Huff and Randy Kiefer. Kiefer moving from Superstock to C-Gas, his first final there. Jimmy Huff, I can't remember the 10 years I've been coming when him going this far around. I'm really excited for him.
I also have to wonder, when's the last time we had an all-wagon final in the Southeast Gassers Association? I imagine it hasn't been that long ago in all reality, but wagons are cool. Folks online and in person love the wagons. We got a Pontiac versus Ford battle, and Randy Kiefer has got to be really liking the diet that he put his 10 Indy on because he's got a little bit more glass to it now.
Yeah, that was a beautiful machine when he run in Superstock and all, but he really put it on a diet, and it's really, really done good here at the farm tonight.
He absolutely has done well here at the farm. And I've got to give a shout-out to Logan Horn. He's been helping me on the ones and twos on the live stream, been doing a great job. And if you'll hit number 1, I'd appreciate it right now, Logan. Boom, look at that. And we are changing cameras on the live stream here at Farmington Dragway. Well, we've got other great finals up as well. B-Gas, A-Gas, B-Gas. Look, Ted McKee right now, that Rocky Top missile, it's aimed straight and true.
Yeah, I tell you what, but it's going to be an all-Tennessee final in B-Gas. It's going to be Kelvin Cannon out of Elizabethton, Tennessee, going against Ted McKee from Lenore City, Tennessee. Ted's really familiar. He's won the championship and all. Kelvin is really hungry for a win. It would be exciting to see him win because he comes here to the farm a lot. He lives close to here in Elizabethton. Would really be good to see him run and win his first race here in Sega.
Absolutely. Nothing against Mr. McKee in the Rocky Top missile, but he's already having an outstanding year. We all love first-time winners, and that would be cool to see Kelvin nab a win right here at Farmington Dragway at the G-Force Racing Transmission Nationals. A-Gas. Wow. Chase Howard shows up and shows out as if, well, he didn't even have a baby while being away from racing, but he's got a bundle of joy now, and he's got an opportunity to pick up a Sega win.
Yeah, that car's been launching all night long. I'm sure his 60-foot times have been off because he's been tripping the 60-foot with the rear wheels because that car has been really toting the tires. He's going against Ben Christopher. Ben looking for his first championship. Chase was our 25 A-Gas World Championship. Ben's already won 2 races this year. So it's going to be an all-South Carolina final in A-Gas.
Yes, Ben has been on a tear, and he's got an opportunity to continue to stretch that lead that he's got in A-Gas. Really, for him, it's gone the right way with all the other competitors. And we got to thank Leslie Horn giving us some excitement out there in the semifinals.
That's one thing about Leslie. If it's going halfway straight, he's not going to back out. And he showed that right there as he scrubbed off the wall up there on the upper end and drove it on off the end of the track back into the pit area. So always depend on the chick magnet to put on a show.
Well, we're nearing the finals here for the G-Force Racing Transmissions Nationals. To the team here at Farmington Dragway, great job. To the Southeast Gassers Association team, another great job. We're looking forward to a final. Drivers give us all green lights and a fender-to-fender race down to the stripe.
That's for sure. Thank you. As guys, we're getting ready. Superstock should be getting suited up and ready to go. Then we'll follow that with a C-Gas. It's going to be Kiefer and Huff. Then it's going to be McKee and Cannon in B-Gas. And Christopher and Howard in A-Gas. Dean and Walden should be our first pair out. I see they're both down there. And I hear some motors going, and it's not thundering nowhere close by, so it must be the cars firing up. Thank everyone for being here at the Farmington Dragway. The G-Force Rob Walden in that Strychnine car going over into the quick time performance lane. Jerry Dean choosing the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Rob Walden, that big 63 Biscayne. Strychnine over there in that quick time performance lane. Rob Walden out on him. Quick time performance lane. Gets there. Rob Walden picked. Rob Walden picking up the win. I may have to have a beer for tonight, so with after all. All wagon final, a big hoopy wagon over there, big Ford over there in the quick time performance lane. Randy Kiefer here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Can't remember when we had two wagons run in the finals. Randy Kiefer asleep at the wheel was Huff. Randy Kiefer going to be a party tonight, I guarantee you. They always like to party anyway, whether they win or what. He normally is just going to get a later start tonight. But a good win for him. And coming up next, Kelvin Cannon, the loose cannon out of Elizabeth in Tennessee. Going against the Rocky Top Missile, Ted McGee. .33 Willis panel out of Elizabeth in Tennessee. The Rocky Top Missile out of Lenoir City, Tennessee. So all Tennessee final here in B Gas. Ted McGee picks up the win. A good run for Kelvin. Ted got him on the tree. And then there was one. Chase Howard been absent. They've had a baby. He's got this Chevelle flying. I'm talking about. This is going to be a barn burner. Bowling Springs against Greer. And Greer's where we're going next. Ben Christopher, that Jason 9 horsepower. Fulton horsepower under the hood of Chase Howard's big Chevrolet Chevelle. Scotty Cannon out there. We've been working on that car, and they've really got that car to working, wheels up. Been tripping the 60-foot all night long with the rear tires as he launches. Ben Christopher. A good close run right there. Chase had him out of the hole, but Ben running a little bit quicker ET there in the finals. So Ben Christopher picking up another win. Y'all can all join us at the Mortgage Options Winners Circle up there as we'll be passing out our trophies. Thank everyone for being here at the Farmington Dragway, and ask you if you're close by and doing nothing September the 12th, join us at Greer Dragway in Greer, South Carolina. That's where we'll be on our next stop. And then the 9th and 10th of October, we'll be at the Cruising the Coast down in Gulfport, Mississippi, and wind up our final race of the year, October the 31st at Shadyside Dragway. Thank everyone for being here at Farmington Dragway, a beautiful facility, beautiful place to be here racing. Everybody doing everything they could to get this race in before our 11 o'clock curfew, and we did that with everything going against us. So thank everybody. Drive safe going home, and we'll see y'all down the road. Hopefully it'll be in Greer, South Carolina in about 3 weeks.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.